All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03056. That's the City of Lansing versus Erica Rodebeck. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Vasquez.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for the City of Lansing. That's Martin Vasquez.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Erica Rodebeck.
And ma'am, you are Erica Rodebeck, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Vasquez, how we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. It looks like we're setting us for a final trial.
All right, we'll set this for jury trial on
December 3rd at 8:15.
December 3rd at 8:15. All right, so we'll set this for jury trial on December 3rd at 8:15. Anything else for the record in docket 24-03056, Mr. Vasquez?
Real quick, yeah, I think we have a couple of jury trials.
It's a jury trial day for the
Yeah,
city.
so it'll be, how many do we have on that day?
2.
So that'll be, and this is one of those two?
Mhm.
So this will be second up. All right, so it'll be second up, so instructions a week before, okay? All right, so we'll do instructions a week before. Anything else for the record, 24-03056, Mr. Vasquez?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, we'll see you on December 3rd at 8:15 then. We have and Mr. Foldy, you're here on Ms. Holm?
Correct, Judge.
All right. We'll go ahead and call that case. Ms. Holm is on Zoom. So we're on the record in docket 24-02698. That is the City of Lansing versus Isla Holm. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Vasquez.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Foldy.
Jeff Foldy on behalf of Ayla Holmes, who is appearing by Zoom as well, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Isla Holm, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Holm?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Vasquez, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. We agreed for an adjournment so the defendant can get an assessment.
Yeah, we've adjourned previously for 30 days for compliance purposes. I don't have a problem adjourning it again for compliance, but we're running out of time a little bit. So adjourn. So Mr. Foldy, I'll look to you for how long do you think it'll take to get the assessment?
Judge, I actually gave my client the name of a place yesterday. She called. She just informed me that it was permanently closed. She's in Charlotte, so I'm trying to Charlotte County, so I'm trying to find a place nearby. So 30 days, and we should have it done and processed, I'm sure.
So we will grant one last adjournment for 30 days. 30. I'm sorry. This will be a final pretrial for final pretrial. We'll have the 30-day adjournment for
December 17th at 8:30.
December 17th at 8:30. So we'll reset for December 17th at 8:30 for final pretrial. Mr. Vasquez, check with Mr. Foldy if he wants witnesses here or not for that case. Usually, this is law enforcement, so I don't know if he'll need it here. But we've set it for final pretrial on December 17th at 8:30.
Thank you. Judge.
Anything else for the record in 2402-698, Mr. Vasquez?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Foldy.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor. Thank you for the hospitality.
All right, Ms. Holm, we'll see you on December 17th at 8:30 for final pretrial. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And on the cell phones ending 7880, can you identify yourself? On the cell phone ending 78. Okay, Mr. Garcia. And what case?
The BMG properties.
Oh, BMG, okay, let's see.
Waiting for our code enforcement officer.
You can go ahead and go with Marquise Weiss, Your Honor.
All right. So that is Garcia. All right. So Mr. Weiss, Marquise Weiss. That's 3 tickets. Right, is that Mr. Lee?
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Weiss, you can come up here. All right, so we're on the record in 24L28 78672. 24L28 78671. And 24L28 78673. That's City of Lansing versus Marquise Weiss. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Vasquez.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Marquise Weiss.
And sir, you are Marquise Weiss, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on these 3 matters. Mr. Vasquez, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor, the city has agreed to dismiss the driving unregistered and no proof insurance, and the defendant has agreed to plead to the failure to yield.
Okay, so this will be the 7-2, which is the driving unregistered, will be dismissed pursuant to negotiations. And 7-3, which is the no proof, will be dismissed pursuant to negotiations. And the fail to yield, which is a civil infraction, will be the admitted to. And what's the fine on the on that fail to yield civil infraction? Is that 135?
Civil infractions are 135.
135. All right. And Mr. Lee, is that a fair statement? And will you be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client?
Yes, that is a fair statement, Your Honor, and yes, I will be accepting responsibility.
All right. And that comes with a $135 civil infraction fine to the city of Lansing. So just so we're working from the same ticket. So this is for conduct which occurred on ticket L287867 for September 24th, 2024 at Waverly in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. And you admit responsibility on behalf of your client, Mr. Lee, for failing to yield at an accident. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there any restitution in this matter, Mr. Vasquez?
No, Your Honor.
So and we will set the fine at $135. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Lee?
My client is prepared to make payment today.
All right, so let's,
I'm sorry. tomorrow.
All right, we'll set it by November 22nd. So it is, so payment to be made by November 22nd. That's just an in case. My understanding it's going to be paid tomorrow or tomorrow, but we'll set it by November 22nd. It'll be Friday, just as an in case. And that'll be $135 to the city of Lansing. That can be paid online, in person, or on the phone, and you'll receive a paperwork in that regard. Okay, sir? All right, anything else for the record in 24 L287867162 or 63, Mr. Vasquez?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee. All right, you're all set. Thank you, Mr. Reese. One second. All right, Mr. Bloor, we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24-03079 and 24L287061. That is the file and the accompanying ticket to the pretrial City of Lansing versus Keith Bloor. Parties' appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for the City of Lansing.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Keith Bloor.
Thank you. And sir, you are Keith Bloor, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm having some difficulties here. My phone's all the way up, but I am having the volume for some reason.
All right, we can hear you. Can you hear us, Mr. Bloor?
Yeah, just very faintly, but I can still hear.
Okay. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Lee, Mr. Vasquez, how we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the public defender needs more time to discuss it with his client.
Mr. Lee.
That is accurate, Your Honor. I've just had some discussions with the city attorney, and if we can follow up with Mr. Bloor, we may be able to get this resolved today.
All right. So, did you want to talk to Mr. Moore?
Mr. Bloor, yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right. So, Mr. Bloor, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with your public defender, Mr. Lee, and then once he joins, and you should get a prompt to go. Once he joins, we'll put it back on the record after you've spoken to him. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Bloor, I'm going to have you assign. You should get a prompt to go to room 1, and then I'll put the public defender in there to speak with you in that same room. So Mr. Lee, when you join us, I'll. I want to go on to the. Looks like Mr. Francis is here. Is that the code violation?
No, that's the Serena Asiavati matter.
Asiavati. Did you need to speak with Mr.
We do need to speak on the VMG matter, but
And who's I don't think that officer's yet here, right?
no, but I mean,
Do you want to talk to Mr. Garcia?
yeah, we could at least do that much while we're paused anyway.
All right. So Mr. Garcia, I'm going to put you in a room with the assistant prosecutor so you can talk about that case. All right.
Sure. Thank you.
And so you are joined us by cell phone and you're also joined us by another device. Is that correct?
I can see you guys. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to put both devices in room 2. And then who's from the city? Mr. Vasquez is going to join us?
No.
All right. So Mr. Garcia, I'll put you in room 2, and then the city attorney will join you in room 2.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So you should get a prompt to go to room 2. And I think the cell phone will go right there. There we go. All right, so we'll go Mr. Pruitt first, and then Mr. Asiavati. That's your case, Mr. Francis?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Miss Asiavati is here. We'll call that case right after the Pruitt case. So let me, there's Asiavati. So that is Tasja Pruitt.
Tasia.
Tasia. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02283. That is the City of Lansing versus Tasia Pruitt. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring, P 61969, on behalf of the city.
And Mr. White.
Good morning, Your Honor. Toby White on behalf of Tasia Pruitt. She is with me at the podium here, live in the courtroom.
All right, thank you. And ma'am, you are Tasia Pruitt, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I think we've reached an agreement whereby the defendant will plead to the open alcohol charge, and we are willing to kill or brew this matter with a guarantee of no upfront jail if that is amenable to you.
Okay.
That's complete and accurate, Your Honor.
And is the city looking at any referral to probation, or is this one that we can sentence immediately?
We could go to immediate sentencing on this one, Your Honor.
All right. And that's a fair statement, Mr. White?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Pruitt, you have some rights in this misdemeanor case. I'm going to walk you through those rights, all right? This is on a ticket for open alcohol, and that I believe is a 90-day misdemeanor and or 100 or 500. Okay. 90-day and or $500. That's the ultimate penalty that you could face is 90 days and or $500 for the open alcohol ticket. There's an agreement between the lawyers that you serve no upfront jail in this matter. And if I did not follow that, you'd be able to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, ma'am? All right. In this misdemeanor case, you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Toby White, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the City of Lansing. Do you understand that, ma'am? You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything that you'd have a trial on, since you won't be pleading, since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the open alcohol instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the open alcohol charge? And have you raised your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to bring your attention, ma'am, to August 3rd, 2024 at the offense location of Moores River at or near Britain in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at the Moores River Drive location in the city of Lansing, Ingham County on August 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
And at that time, did you have an open alcohol in your possession or while you were parking?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So I had a bottle of alcohol that was near the seat that I know was still there. And so I was talking with a friend at the park about some problems, and police just came down.
All right. And you knew it was there at the time?
No, I didn't.
Did you want to? Yeah.
If you didn't know. You didn't have to proceed to trial. You had no idea.
I had, yeah.
You did.
I knew.
Be careful. You're on the road. So you can't be lying.
I know.
You did in the end. You knew it
I
was
just
there?
forgot it was there.
Okay, all right. But let me inquire it this way. You picked up your friend and went to the park,
Yeah.
talk over some problems.
Yeah.
And during the course of that interaction with your friend, you were aware that there was a bottle of alcohol that was in the car.
Yeah. Yeah. I said, yeah.
Sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, ma'am, you knew that there was open alcohol in the car at the time at that time. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. White?
Nothing additional.
Okay. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. There's no objection to immediate sentencing. Is that correct, Mr. Gary?
No objection.
And Mr. White?
Likewise.
All right. So I will I will follow the Killen Brew agreement to no upfront jail.
He'll set fine.
And we will set the fines and costs. Be $100, be $100 fine, $100 costs. I'll waive the crime victims' rights fee and the state fee for a grand total of $200 to be paid to the city of Lansing. And does your client need some time to make that payment, Mr. White?
She would, Your Honor, holidays are coming. If we could put a June 15.
Sure. So let's set it for, what is January 15th? Okay. So you want to set it for the following Tuesday?
No. we can break
Okay.
it.
So we'll set it for January 21st to keep it on a Tuesday. We'll keep it on January 21st for payment to the city of Lansing, all right? So January 21st, $200 payment to the city of Lansing. That can be paid online, in person, or by phone. You'll receive a printout indicating how you can make that payment. So it's $200 and waive the crime victims' rights fee and the $75 fee. That'll be the fines and costs. Anything else for the record in docket 2402283, Mr. Gary?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. White?
Only to remind you that you paid by those methods. If you choose to pay it in person, then it's that window down the hallway that I'll point out to you. Oh, okay, you don't come in the courtroom and pay it.
And you have till that January 21st date. If you want to pay, make your own installment plan, as long as it's all paid by that January 21st, all right? And a copy of the ways to pay will be given to you before you leave. All right, ma'am? All right, that's all for the record in 2402283. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
Thank you.
That's what did file. Oh, yeah. That's just, you know. I did.
Good to see you, White. Did you want to go? Let's go on Miss Asiavati.
Yeah, Serena Asiavati would be the next one to try.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2899091. That is the City of Lansing versus Serena Asiavati. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
And Mr. Francis.
Your Honor, Alan Francis on behalf of Serena Akiavati.
And ma'am, you are Serena Asiavati, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a formal hearing today on this, I believe it's a ticket. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding today?
Well, Your Honor, the defendant has been very compliant, did take a BDIC course, and as a result of that, we have agreed to amend this charge to a defective equipment.
That's a correct statement, and although she's there, I do have authority on behalf of my client to admit responsibility to that civil infraction.
All right, and what's the fine for the civil infraction? Let us check the fine on that. I think it's 135. But, and there's no restitution in this file, Mr. Gehring?
There is not.
All
I believe this started as an accident. Is it pleading down to the equipment causing an accident?
Yeah, it's defective equipment.
The original charge was also a civil infraction, so.
But I think whether it's defective, I think
with an accident or without is what I.
Yeah, are you pleading it with an accident or without to the defective equipment? Because that changes the fine.
Oh, it changes the fine. We'll go without an accident.
Okay, so without an accident.
135.
Then that'll be 135. All right. All right. And Mr. Francis, you'll be admitting to the civil infraction on behalf of Ms. Asiavati with the $135 fine. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Just so we're working from the same ticket, that's on L289909 for conduct that occurred on October 18th, 2024, and 496 Pennsylvania in the city of Lansing. You are accepting responsibility for Ms. Asiavati for driving with defective equipment without an accident. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So does your client need some time to make the $135 payment to the city of Lansing?
I'll defer to her. Serena, do you have the funds with you today?
Can I use a credit card?
You can, and I can give you if I'm pretty sure you can use a credit card at the window, but I can give you till the end of the week too.
Okay.
All right, but either way, yeah, either way. So we'll set it for November 22nd for payment to the city of Lansing. City of Lansing. You'll get a printout on that indicating, but if you can pay today and get, I think they'll take a credit card at the window. All right. All right. Anything else for the record in docket 24L2899091, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Francis.
No, just thank you to the city attorney for his cooperation in the court. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Francis.
Miss Asiavati, do you have any questions of me?
No, I do not.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm gonna go see what my
All
counterpart's
right.
doing with BMG. I'll be right back.
All right.
There's blows to do that.
They didn't do amended before she pays the one her licensing.
Oh, yeah.
I tell her. Otherwise, I would just sit.
So.
517-936-7999 for the driver. But he'll be there all day today and tomorrow, so if you can get a load over there, that'd be great. And then after that, you can bring it over. To
Right, Mr. Garcia. So, Mr. Garcia, you'll have to stop talking so we can, because we've got you on the record, and I'm bringing the video back. LLC. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2400045551. That is LLC VMG Properties, City of Lansing versus LLC VMG Properties. It's a code compliance case. Mr. Vasquez, your appearance for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for City of Lansing.
And sir, you are Raimondo Garcia, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are you here for VMG Properties? Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is the time set for a compliance issue. The parties have had the opportunity, Mr. Gehring, Mr. Vasquez, and Mr. Garcia have had the opportunity to speak in a room together. This has been adjourned. This has been going on since July. Mr. Vasquez, how are we proceeding today?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to give Mr. Garcia more time to figure this out. He does have a court with an eviction. He has court with the tenant for eviction on December 4th. So we're looking at maybe until mid-January, the end of January, to see if he can get this up to date.
And Mr. Garcia, is your hearing with the tenant in this matter? This is an eviction process, right? We're waiting for you. Is that a pre-trial set for December 4th, or is that an actual hearing date?
It's a pre-trial, so that's why I knew just from previous experience that we would probably have another court date.
Do you know what judge that's in front of?
No. Well, not at this moment, but I'm sure we could try to track it down.
I'm just curious at what judge that's in pre-trial. Let's see if we can.
Yeah, so because I'm a LLC, being an LLC, that on that process they make me use a lawyer.
Correct.
Or the law.
I'm just seeing if what judge that's in front of, and I'm just checking our computer for that.
Okay.
That'll give us some idea of how we're looking.
They're Uplegger.
Who's the tenant in that matter, sir?
Roger Uplegger.
Roger Uplegger. How do you spell the last name?
Uplegger. Looks like Judge Buchanan according to our computer.
All right. So that's in front of Judge Buchanan. So we'll grant the stay for eviction purposes. I would think probably, I'm not sure how her hearing dates look, but that pretrial set for December 4th. We'll set it. I think that's fair. Middle of January is fine. So we'll reset. After eviction. And we'll reset for January 27th at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
So we've reset for January 27th at 9 o'clock. That should put you past the pretrial and at least into the new year, and you'll know when your hearing is set. It might be set before that. I'm uncertain, but that hearing is more likely to be set in a more timely manner for that matter.
Okay.
All right. So anything else for the record in 2400045551 of Mr. Vasquez?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Garcia, do you have any questions of me?
No, sir.
All right. We've set it for January 27th at 9 o'clock. You might want to let at the pretrial. I'm not uncertain how Judge Buchanan does her pretrials, but yeah, if depending on whether the tenant appears or fails to appear, you can let the Judge Buchanan know that there is a pending city case in which sitting in front of me, Judge Flores. Okay. All right, Mr. Garcia. Lost Mr. Garcia. We lost that. All right, so that's all for the record in 2400045551. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance today. He's got that date because he said he did. On the Samsung, can you please identify yourself on the Samsung cell phone or Ray? Can you? I have you a Samsung A146U. Can you identify yourself? And you'll have to unmute. Is that you, Mr. Hafke? Are you on the cell phone and by video?
It should be an Apple, Your Honor. It should say my name.
Oh, yeah, you're up. That's fine. I was just making sure. So on the Samsung, sir.
Bluer has a Samsung, but unless it changed when I came back in, Bluer does have a Samsung.
I can see you, Mr. Bluer. You're set, and I see you on the Samsung with a. What's your name, sir?
Justin Zabo. Get that?
You're here for your 10 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
All right, stand by. We got some. All right, we got some call. We have some cases to call in front of you. You're in the right place, and we will.
I'll mute myself.
All right. All right, Mr. Bloor, we can call your case.
Yes, sir.
That's you, Mr. Lee.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03079 and the accompanying ticket, that's City of Lansing versus Keith Bloor. And Mr. Lee, you've had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Bloor in a breakout room?
I have, Your Honor.
All right. How are we proceeding today, Mr. Vasquez, or would you like to defer?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the city has agreed to amend the driving while license suspended charge, which is 079 case to a failure to display. And we are keeping the seatbelt charge.
Okay, so the fail to display is a fine. That's a civil infraction, right?
That's correct.
Failure to display options a misdemeanor punishable by
I'm
90
sorry.
days and or a $100 fine.
Okay, so it's 90 days and or $100. All right. And then the seatbelt is the civil infraction.
Yes, right.
And what's the tick? That's 100. Okay. I think it's 65.
That's what I have.
Okay. All right. So is that your understanding, Mr. Bloor? You'll be admitting to the misdemeanor failing to display a valid ops, which is 90 days under $100.
Yeah.
And you'll also be admitting through your attorney of the seatbelt civil infraction. Is that a fair statement?
Oh,
Is that a yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is there any objection to immediate sentencing on this matter, Mr. Vasquez?
No, Your Honor.
And are you requesting immediate sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Bloor, I'm going to walk you through your misdemeanor rights on the fail to display. You have the right to be tried by a jury to be presumed innocent until proven guilty have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, the questioning witnesses are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you're please accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd be giving up the right to appeal anything from a actual trial in this matter. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the fail to display instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead to the fail to display misdemeanor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to have raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, I'm going to bring your attention back, sir, to October 7th, 2024 at East Jolly on South Cedar in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle to open to the, were you operating a motor vehicle, it looks like a Dodge, open to the general public at that time on that date in the city of Lansing?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you fail to display a valid operator's license to law enforcement after being stopped concerning the operation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Vasquez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. And then, Mr. Lee, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of the seatbelt ticket. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So for the similar time and place on October 7th, you admit responsibility for being in violation of the safety belt law pursuant to being the Mr. Bloor being the driver of the vehicle on October 7th, 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your
All
Honor.
right. And is that $65? All right. So I will sentence both. We'll sentence the driving while licensed. I'll no upfront jail. And we'll set fines at costs. Fines at $50, cost of $50 for a grand total of $100. We'll waive the crime victim's rights and the state fee. And then there's a $65 fine along with the civil infraction seatbelt ticket. So that'd be $165 to the city of Lansing. That's $65. So I was trying to put this all together and I know it's going to confuse them. So $100 to the city of Lansing and $65 to the city of Lansing. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Lee?
I would defer to Mr.
All right, Mr. Bloor, how much time do you need to make that 165? That'll encompass the civil infraction and the $100 for the misdemeanor. How much time do you need?
Give me 30 days and I can have it paid in full, if that's okay with you.
All right. Yep. So we'll make it in 30 days to the city of Lansing. 30 days. That will be December 19th. December. All right, so Mr. Bloor, I put it'll be December 19th, 2024 to the city of Lansing. That can be paid online, in person, or by phone. And you can actually set up your own payment plan as long as it's all paid. That's $165 to the city of Lansing by December 19th. All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in 2403079, Mr. Vasquez?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, you're all set, Mr. Bloor. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. You gentlemen have a great day.
You too. All right. Mr. Hafke, what case are you here on?
Your Honor, it's Sandoro versus Nicholas Fuller. I'm actually waiting to go into a deposition that's being held up right now. Not that it matters to you, but got a crazy morning.
Right.
Landlord tenant, and then this
What case number do you have? Because I'm trying to.
2406110.
2406110.
We already have a judgment against one of the tenants, and so you reset it to this date for the other tenant to give him a chance to appear.
That's 2406114 Capitol Village versus Leisha Taylor.
Nope, I have 6110.
6110.
Correct.
24. And what's the caption of the case again?
Sandero versus Fuller. Sandoro.
I see this. In jail.
Do I have the wrong date?
Well, here's, and that's why we're double checking. We found it in the computer, but it's not on our docket, so we're trying to track it down right now.
Yeah, I have it on, today's the 19th, right?
Yeah, Tuesday the 19th at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm looking at your notice.
Yeah, it's in the computer. It's just not on our docket list. So let's see if we can track down the file since you're already here.
Good part is it said it was mailed, so that's good.
All right, we have that in the computer. We scheduled it for today's date for 10 o'clock, and then and then we have it as adjourned for today's date. That's why it's not on our docket. We're going to find out why it's adjourned. It was initially scheduled and adjourned right now. So, and then Mr. Hafke, I understand that you're waiting for a deposition. So feel free to go in the deposition if you need to. We're trying to find. We have it as adjourned today, but we don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know either.
All right. Stand by. And if you need to go in the deposition, sir, go ahead.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00650. That is the city of Lansing versus LaShawn Culpepper.
Yes.
Go ahead and come up here, ma'am. Appearances for the record, Mr. Vasquez.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of LaShawn Jean Culpepper.
And ma'am, you are LaShawn Culpepper, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Vasquez, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. Looks like we're setting this for a final pretrial.
We were set for final pretrial on
December 3rd at 8:30.
December 3rd at 8:30. All right, we will set this for final pretrial. That'll be live on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. for December 3rd at 8:30. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00650? Mr. Vasquez.
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Culpepper, we'll see you on that December 3rd date.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, see ya.
Sure. So do we have anything ready to go? We'll take a break and we can track down Mr. Happy's case.
Yeah, that's great. And we
All
can
right,
come forward
all
with
right,
a call.
all right. So let's take a quick break and try to see if we can,
Your Honor, can I call back at 10:30 or 10:40 or?
Yes,
how
you
was that?
can.
What time?
Yep.
10:30 or 10:40?
I'd give 15 minutes. So yeah.
10:30. I'll call back in at 10:30. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, so let's reschedule Mr. Hapke. So, Mr. Hapke, if you're present, you may still be in deposition. Let us know when you're ready, and we'll talk about your case. Okay, so.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so Mr. Hapke, this is what we've been able to find about your case. Your case was set for default judgment today, and we set it, and for whatever reason, through error in the clerk's office, it was adjourned. So we're going to reset it as soon as we can for another date. Will that suffice, Mr. Hapke?
Yep,
Yeah, that's yeah.
I'll let my client know.
It's a non-payment case, and I can set it for default hearing the Monday after Thanksgiving, if you're available.
1 second, please.
All right. That's as soon as we can do it with process. We could probably do it on the 3rd too.
Is that in the morning? The 25th on the morning?
So it would be
The December date after Thanksgiving on December 2nd at 10.
So it'd be the Thanksgiving's on the 28th this year. So it'd be 10 o'clock on December 2nd. So I have Thanksgiving on the 28th.
I have a case. Yeah, that should work, Your Honor.
All right, so let's set it for 10 o'clock on December 2nd. And that we'll set it, we've set some time aside for default hearing. I don't know, all I know is by error, it was adjourned. And then so we're gonna have to push the non-payment case out, but we'll set it for December 2nd at 10 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yep.
If you just give me.
Here's how we're proceeding today.
That's right. We can proceed with maybe a couple failures to appear.
All right.
We have first Anthony Williams. He's has not appeared yet.
All right. And is Mr. Who's assigned the public defender on that?
This one says unassigned. I'm not sure.
All right. Let's check. 'Cause I've got Anthony Williams.
We don't have an appearance.
Yeah, we don't have him.
Yes, please.
Do you have anybody on that?
I'll make sure it's scanned into the number jumbo.
We don't have anybody on.
I do not show it.
All right.
I'm sorry, I do not show
All right.
it.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-289-8333 and 24-L289-8332. That is City of Lansing versus Anthony Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mr. Vasquez?
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for the City of Lansing.
And this was set for 9 o'clock today for a pretrial on both matters, so 9 o'clock. It is now 10:30. I've not seen Mr. Williams in the Zoom courtroom. Mr. Williams is not in the physical courtroom. So it would appear that Mr. Williams has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Vasquez, how would you like to proceed?
We'd be requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor.
So I don't have a previous fail to appear, so we'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in docket 24-L289-8332 or 24-L289-8333? Mr. Vasquez.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record on that file. That's Mr. Williams. And then did you have any other pro
Yes, Your Honor. Brandon Howell.
Brandon.
He declined for,
What's that?
Mr. Howell declined for
All right.
appointed it.
That's correct. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03073. That is the city of Lansing versus Brandon Howell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Vasquez.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for the City of Lansing.
All right, this is time set for pretrial in the matter. It was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 10:32. I do not see a Brandon Howell in the Zoom courtroom. Is there a Brandon Howell in the physical courtroom? It would appear that Brandon Howell has failed to appear for pretrial. Mr. Vasquez, how would you like to proceed?
You'd be requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor.
So we'll issue a bench warrant. I do not have a previous fail to appear by Mr. Howell. This is a driving offense. So I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. What's that? Mr. Williams was in Zoom an hour ago. Oh, Mr. Howell. I don't see Mr. Howell here, but we'll issue it with a 48-hour hold. And if he comes back, we know where to find him. All right, so that's all for the record in 24-03073. I've issued a bench warrant for fail to appear. He may have previously been here, but he left by Zoom. And so we'll place it with a 48-hour hold.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was on Zoom or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't either, but he may have been here, and if he was, but then he shouldn't have left.
Yeah, he's got to make his presence known.
All right, so that's all for the record in 24-03073. And then if you want, we can call a civil case if you haven't.
Mr. Ramazani.
Mr. Zabo's on Zoom. testify if you want to testify at trial.
Wewe una haki kwamba ni ya kuongea, ukikuja kwa huo msambo una haki ya kusema.
If you're please accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises.
Anasema kwamba lakini leo tukikubali kwamba hilo kesi umekubali, zizi hapa tumeongea hakuna kurudia tena.
Other than the plea agreement which has been stated on the record.
Kwamba ni hakuna kitu chochote kinaweza kufuatilia kama hizi hapa tumeongea leo.
But the rest, it was not your choice to plead guilty.
Kwamba ni huwezi kulazimisha kusema kwamba ni kuvifanya hivi.
You're also giving up the right to appeal any trial.
Kwamba unaacha haki zako hata kuenda mbele kwamba ni ukasimamie.
Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the open intox misdemeanor instead.
Kwamba ni wewe umeziacha zote kwa kusema mbele, umesema ndio nimekubali kwamba nilikuwa na chupa kwa gari ilikuwa imefunguliwa.
Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the misdemeanor?
Ndio kwamba leo sasa unaziacha zile haki zimesemekana kwa kusamba, umekubali kwamba utafanya hii, kwamba umekubali leo utachukua hiyo.
You wish to waive your jury trial rights.
Nataka uziache zile, hakuna kwenda mbele tena, si ndio?
Yes. All right. I will raise your right hand as best you can. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Habari zile zote unatakana useme hapa leo, zinatakana zikuwe habari za ukweli, hakuna kitu chochote cha uongo. Utasema ukweli leo? Utasema ukweli. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Asante.
I'm going to bring your attention back to April 13th of 2023.
Sema kwamba nataka nikurudishe kwamba ni mwezi wa 4 tarehe 13 mwaka 2023.
At the offense location of 5725 South Cedar.
Nasema kwamba ni kwa hiyo hapo 57 na 70 South Cedar.
In the city of Lansing, Ingham County.
Hapa city ya Lansing kwamba Ingham na ni county na ni Ingham.
Were you operating a motor vehicle or in a motor vehicle open to the general public at this time?
Sema ulikuwa unaendesha gari ama ulikuwa kwa gari kwa hiyo njia ya watu wote wanatembeza?
Ndio.
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, did you know there was an open intox or an open container of intoxicating beverage in the motor vehicle at the time?
Ulijua kwamba ni kulikuwa na chupa hapo ndani kwa gari, ukuwa ndani ilifunguliwa? Yes.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Vasquez?
Wanaulizwa wanasheria, kwa hizi habari hapa tumeongea, mnataka nini muongeze au mkataa?
No, Your Honor.
Nasema hapana.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Lee?
Naulizwa wanasheria yako naye pia, kuna nini yoyote unataka kuambia au upunguza? Nasema hapana.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made.
Maana mkatiba mwenyewe anasema ndio niliona, alisema kweli kwamba nina hizi habari amejitoa mwenyewe.
Mr. Lee, are you asking for immediate sentencing today?
Sema kwamba anauliza kwamba leo nimwambie kwamba ni angazile ama vile nitam.
Mr. Vasquez, are you asking for immediate sentencing or do you want this referred to probation?
Na muuliza kule naye pia, unataka habari hizi leo nizipange leo au unataka tuende siku nyingine?
Immediate sentencing, Your Honor.
Nasema ukizipanga leo kwa muda huu sasa hamna shida.
All right, allocution, Mr. Lee.
Sema kuna nini yote unataka kuongeza, mwanasheria yako anaulizwa yeye.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Asante mkatiba.
Mr. Cobby appears here today.
Mr. Cobby alikuja hapa leo.
Willing to accept responsibility.
Akubali kwamba ni kosa ile aliingia.
He didn't ask for any special favors or favoritism.
Anasema anauliza kwamba ni kama mahakamani wana usaidizi ama chochote cha usaidizi.
I've spoke with him about the incident.
Nilimwambia kwamba ni kosa ile ilitokezea.
He has expressed remorse to me for his actions that day.
Anasema kwamba na mimi akaniambia kwamba ndio hayo yalitokea.
And understands why that was not appropriate.
Anasema alielewa kwamba hiyo nayo sio nzuri kwa kukua namna hiyo.
And promises the court that that will never happen.
Anasema akachukua ahadi kwa mahakamani haezi rudia tena.
Thank you.
Asante.
Is that all right, so let's set, so it's fine, so set fines and costs. $75 fine, $75 cost. Crime victims' rights fee of $75 state fee of 50.
sema 50 na 15 nyingine.
So let me give you a total on that. That's a total. 150. That's 225, right?
Yeah.
So what's the total? What's the regular amount? What's the?
It's a $200 payment this week.
Okay. So let's make it. We'll make it $230 payable
Sema yote kwa yote ni 200
at the counter.
tatu.
Does Mr. Lee, your client need some time to make the $230 payment?
Sema kwamba Mr. anauliza mtu wako anataka kwamba muda wa kulipa hizi 213.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Kabwe has been struggling financially and asked the court for 90 days.
Sema kwamba ndio ni ukweli kwamba ni mtu wangu kwamba ni kidogo ana tatizo na kulipa franga kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe hana kitu chochote, anataka miezi 3 kwa kulipa hizo franga.
Let me break that down for you. Did you? All right. So how much is that for fines and fees?
The cost is victim fees and then the state costs and then the local cost is $42.50.
Okay.
I'm sorry, $52.50, $52.50.
All right. So, but it's a total of $230.
Yeah.
All right. So it'll be payable to the city of Lansing and at a $230 fine. That includes the fines and costs and the state fee and crime victims' rights fee.
Nasema kwamba ni hizo zote zilikuja kwamba ni franga za wale watu waliumizwa na state kwamba ni franga zake kila kitu.
And will make payable to the city of Lansing.
Na unatakana ulipe kwamba ni kwa city of Lansing
90 days out.
Kwamba ni masiku 10 miezi 3.
So by February 17th.
Hiyo pesa kuanzia leo mpaka mwezi wa pili tarehe 17 mwaka ujao unatakana ukuwa unalipa.
So that'll be payable by February 17th. Mr. Kabwe can pay in line, in person, or on the phone.
Sema kwamba ni mpaka mwezi wa pili tarehe 17 mstakavyo anatakana azilipe kwa ile kwa simu kwamba ni online.
And he can make payments on that as long as it's all paid by February 17th.
Sema kwamba unaweza lipa zote ukizipata kwa hiyo miezi hapa katikati yao. Mwezi wa pili tarehe 17 iko imeisha.
And you'll receive a document from my court officer concerning how to make payments.
Sema pia utapata karatasi kwa ofisa yake kwamba ni kuonyesha vile utaanza kulipa hizo franga.
Anything else for the record in 23L2775271, Mr. Vasquez?
Anauliza mwanasheria kwamba kuna kitu chochote unataka kuongeza kwa hizi habari hapa tumeongea? Anasema hapana.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee naye anaulizwa.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anasema hakuna kitu chochote.
You're all set, Mr. Kabwe. Thank you for your appearance today.
Anasema umemaliza Mr. Kabwe kwamba ni asante kwa kuja leo.
And thank you for your assistance, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nali. Any of you are.
You're all set. Mr. Zabo's on. All right, Mr. Zabo, I'm going to place you in a breakout room, and once your public defender joins us, he'll also be placed in the breakout room. All right, sir?
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to have you put in room 1. You should get a prompt to go to room 1.
Okay.
I mean, I knew it was hot. 'cause-
Miss Watkins, are you ready on your case?
Yes, I am. Good
All right.
morning.
Good morning. So we're on the record in docket 24-06565. That's Elena Watkins Living Trust versus Donovan Sutton. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? And ma'am, you are Elena Watkins, is that correct?
Yes, I am Eliana Watkins.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a termination of tenancy default hearing. This was set for 10 o'clock. Let me see I have this on my notes once it pulls up. All right, this was previously set on October 30th. The defendant one, Donovan Sutton, had failed to appear, so we set it for second hearing today. At the second hearing, this was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now 10:52. I do not see a Donovan Sutton, and then we can move. I do not see a Donovan Sutton in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody by that name in the physical courtroom. It would appear that Donovan Sutton has once again failed to appear at the second hearing today. The FTA second. And Ms. Watkins, how did you want to proceed?
We are going to terminate his tenancy.
Did you want so he's defaulted today and you'll submit an order to that effect?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna default. I'll default Mr. Sutton for the fail to appear. Fail to appear today. In this terminancy of tenancy case, just for the record, Ms. Watkins, Mr. Sutton is not a minor incapacitated in the military service, and the premises was kept for its intended purpose. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
He's not in the service.
All right. And you'll submit an order to follow concerning the default on the termination of tenancy, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. We should be all set on that. So I'll wait to sign the order. Anything else, Ms. Watkins?
No, that will be all.
All right. So I'll wait to sign the order. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Anna. Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks. Bye.
So, Mr. Lee, I'm going to put you in with Mr. Sabo. And then did you want to talk to Mr. Terry?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to put you in with Mr. Sabo first.
Okay.
So you'll get a prompt to go to room 1. And then when you come back, we'll put you in with Mr. Terry.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Yes. So, Mr. Lee, did you want to be placed in a room with Mr. Terry?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right, so let's move you to room 2. You'll get a prompt to go to room 2. And Mr. Terry, we're going to move you to room 2 so you can talk to your public defender. On the record in docket 24-02929, that is the City of Lansing versus Keyshawn Foreman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Vasquez.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for the City of Lansing.
And sir, you are Keyshawn Foreman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right, and you are unrepresented by counsel today, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Vasquez, how we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Foreman would like to get his license and he needs some time for that. So we'd like to ask for an adjournment for him to try to get his license. We're asking for about 30 days.
For compliance?
For compliance, that's correct, John.
And do we know what's holding up any suspension? Are we uncertain about that?
Based on what I saw, Your Honor, based on what I saw, Your Honor, it's a simple reinstatement fee. It could be more than that, and we'll let Mr. Foreman explain that, but from what I saw on the SOS, it was a reinstatement fee issue, so it may not be too difficult.
So the plan here is to get your license back, all right? That's but it may be a reinstatement, but I would contact Secretary of State sooner than later so we can get this moving, okay? If it is just a reinstatement fee, that's good news, all right? That means it just whatever the Secretary of State, whatever. I think that's usually a failure to pay fines or something along those lines. That would make this fairly simple. All right. All right. So let's adjourn for 30 days for compliance purposes, and we'll set for the extended out. I'll set this for pre-trial out to
How about December 17th?
December 17th at 9 o'clock. Is that? Yes.
Mr. Foreman, if you go to their website and make an appointment at whatever branch is closest to you, it goes very, very quickly.
All right.
Yeah, just make an appointment.
It's been my experience.
Yeah. So let's set this for December 17th at 9 o'clock. The key here is to get your license back so you're all set. Anything else for the record in 24-02929, Mr. Vasquez?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Foreman, we'll see you on December 17th at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your
Mr. Vasquez, would you be so kind to hand him a notice off the printer? Our court officer stepped out of the office for just a moment. Thank you, sir.
On the cell phone PCD P63L, would you please identify yourself? You'll have to unmute. You just joined the Zoom courtroom. PCD P63L. Would you identify yourself and you'll have to unmute? Mr. Zabo, Mr. Lee is back, so we'll call your case in just a second. So on the cell phone, with the moniker PCD P63L, could you please identify yourself and you'll have to unmute. We have you on mute. On PCD P63L, can you identify yourself? You'll have to unmute. You just joined the Zoom courtroom. What's your name, sir or ma'am? What's your name? You're breaking up. I can't understand what you're saying.
Hello?
Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh my God.
What's your name, ma'am? Can you say
Latoya
your name?
Hill. Latoya Hill?
Latoya Hill, all right. And Miss Hill, you're
Yes.
here for your 11:30 show cause?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pull that while we have you.
Thank you.
All right. That's right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23L27800072. This is arraignment. This is a show cause hearing. And ma'am, you are Latoya Hill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is a show cause. I have an outstanding balance of $312 to the city of Lansing on a ticket. Do you need some more time or an extension to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Oh, I thought I only owed $98. I paid $400 so far.
Now, I can tell you exactly. I'll tell you what the computer says you owe. All right, so you owe $98, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and when can you? So I'm going to dismiss the show cause for your appearance. How much time do you need to make that $98 payment?
I'll pay tomorrow when I get my paycheck.
And so, how many days out is that?
I don't know. I pay $98 tomorrow. My money come on my card at 1 o'clock and call and pay it then.
So 30 days?
I pay it tomorrow.
All right. So we can make it. We'll make it by payment to the city of Lansing. And if you pay tomorrow, I'll make it till November 22nd, just in case. But your indication is that you'll pay tomorrow. That can be paid online, in person. And so I will dismiss the show cause. So there won't be a warrant issued for your arrest, and we'll make payment due. It's going to be paid. The $98 will be paid tomorrow, but we'll set it for the end of the week too. All right, ma'am?
Thank you so much.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
All right, they'll go on Mr. Zabel. Find that. All right, Mr. Zabel, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 106617 and 106618. That is the city of Lansing versus Justin Sabo. Will the parties please announce their appearances for the record? Mr. Vasquez.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Justin Zabel.
And sir, you are Justin Zabo, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on both of these files. Mr. Vasquez, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we have agreed to dismiss the drug paraphernalia case 17.
Okay, so dismiss for initiations. And is that on a ticket or is that on a warrant? Let's see. It's on a ticket. Okay. All right, and as to 618?
We are amending that charge to a breach of the peace, Your Honor.
That's the civil infraction?
That's correct.
And,
That's 150, Your Honor.
150, thank you. And Mr. Lee, is that a fair statement? And will you be accepting responsibility on behalf of Mr. Zabo for the civil infraction?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so pursuant to the agreement and the ticket, this is for conduct on the ticket, so make sure we're working from the same ticket. That occurred on December 4th, 2010 at Miller in Pennsylvania in the city of Lansing. Do you accept responsibility on behalf of your client for being in breach of the peace?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. That comes with a $150 fine. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
He would request until Friday, Your Honor.
All right. So November 22nd?
Yes, sir.
So we'll have till November 22nd to the city of Lansing for the $150 fine for the civil infraction. And Mr. Zabo, that can be paid online, in person, or on the phone. We'll have till November 22nd for the $150 payment. Anything else for the record in docket 106617 or 106618, Mr. Vasquez?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You're all set, Mr. Zabo. Do you have any questions of me?
Thank you very much. No, I don't, sir.
All right, thank you. You're all set.
Have a good day. Thank you.
You too. And then who did you want to call next, Mr. Lee?
Ms. Valerie Perez.
Ms. Perez, okay. All right, Ms. Perez, you can come up here. So Ms. Perez, you can come up here. So we're on the record in docket 2400963 and 2400964. People of the state of Michigan, people of the city of Lansing versus Valerie Perez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Vasquez.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Valerie Perez.
And ma'am, you are Valerie Perez, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Vasquez, how are we proceeding?
Yes, sir. I'd like to defer to Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, Ms. Perez is attempting to get her license back. She ran into a situation where her purse was stolen. And so she had to start with basic documents like birth certificate, social security card. She has ordered her birth certificate. She is moving forward. We anticipate that there won't be anything precluding her from getting her driver's license once she gets her documents in order. So we're asking for a 30-day adjournment to allow her time for compliance.
All right, I have this was originally arraigned, both of these in March. And then we've gotten to this. I have a previous pretrial on November 8th. So any objection to the adjournment, we'll go 30 days, but that'll be, it's getting a little old. Okay. So, very well. Any objection to the adjournment, Mr. Vasquez?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll adjourn for compliance.
December 17th at 9.
That'll be December. What's the date again?
17th at 9.
So we'll set it for December 17th at 9 a.m. on both the 2000963 and the 2000964 files. One is a traffic and one is fail to stop, but you can work on your license till then, but it is getting a little old. This is a March. You were arraigned in March on this file. Anything else on either one of those cases, Mr. Vasquez?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Perez, we'll see you on that December date. Thank you for your appearance.
Okay, thank you.
So we're on the record in docket 240028, 24000964. Let's try 24002086. 24011687. 24020301. 240264. 24028485. 24025513. 24028681. 24032224. And 24032299. That is City of Lansing versus Rodney Terry. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Vasquez.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin Vasquez for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Rodney Lee Terry.
And sir, you are Rodney Terry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Terry?
I can hear you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
This is the time set for a pretrial in these matters. Mr. Vasquez, how we proceed?
At this moment, Your Honor, I'd like to defer to Mr. Lee.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. The city attorney had offered Mr. Terry the opportunity to plead guilty to 5 of the trespassing charges while dismissing the other 5 trespassing charges. Mr. Terry has accepted that offer. One caveat to that offer is we do have a Killebrew agreement for credit for time served only, no fines or costs.
Right. And do you know what files Mr. Terry will be pleading to?
I do, Your Honor.
Right.
Are you ready for the numbers?
Yeah.
Okay, so 24,03297.
So 2403
299.
299.
Yes.
All right. All right. So that will be a plea to that. All right.
Also 24,23224.
03224.
I
have 24,03224.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right.
And then 24,02681.
All right.
24,02513.
That's 13. All right.
And 24,02485.
All right. And is that a correct statement of the plea agreement? Mr. Terry will be pleading to 24,03299, 24,03224, 24,02681, and 24,02513, and 24,02485. With the remaining files of 2402-464, 2402-301, 2401-687, 2400-964, and 2402-086 to be dismissed. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Vasquez?
That's a fair statement.
All right. And there is a kilogram agreement of time served on the files that Mr. Terry's pleading to. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
Let me make sure that this, so these are the ones. All right. So, Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client of his advice of rights on the 5 trespassing cases?
You may, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Terry, you understand that you're pleading to these 5 counts. I'm going to read you, and I'll make sure you understand the difference between each one. That there's an ultimate penalty on each one of these of 30 days and or $100, I think. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My understanding is there's an agreement between the city of Lansing and your attorney that you serve time served on each file. If I was going to do something differently, you could have the ability to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So let's start. So in these files, these 5 trespassing files, you have the following rights, and I'll walk you through those rights, sir. In this misdemeanor case of 30 days and or $100, you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've placed on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll be pleading guilty instead, and you'll be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the 5 files that we previously discussed. Is it your intent to waive your right to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the 5 files that we've discussed?
Yes, sir.
All right. So as to, we'll work backwards. As to 2403-299, I'll limit these. Time served. I'll bring you back to the date of October 28, 2024 at South Cedar on Long Boulevard in Ingham County. Were you at the South Cedar address in the city of Lansing on October 28, 2024?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, were you on property that you shouldn't have been on that you knew you shouldn't have been on there, or did you remain on property that you know you shouldn't have been on?
Yes, sir.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Vasquez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so in file 2403-299, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we'll leave that aside and go on the rest of them. So we're on the record in docket 2403-224. And that is also a plea to the charge with a Killebrew agreement of time served. I'll bring your attention, Mr. Terry, back to, that would be October 17th, 2024 at Pennsylvania and Ramada Drive in the city of Lansing. Were you present on Pennsylvania and Ramada Drive in the city of Lansing on October 17th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you trespass on property you knew you shouldn't have been on, or remain on property that you did not have authority to be on at that time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis on 24-03-224, Mr. Vasquez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right, so we'll hold that in for allocution and abeyance and go on docket 24-02-681. And this is a plead to charge. And then a Killebrew time served. And I'll bring your attention back, Mr. Terry, on September 3rd, 2024, at Jolly and Cedar in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you present on September 3rd, 2024, on Jolly and Cedar in the city of Lansing, Ingham County?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, did you trespass on property that you didn't have authority to be on or remain on property once you were told to leave?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything on the factual basis, Mr. Vasquez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right. So that'll be on 24-02-681, and we'll place that in abeyance. And then we're on 24-02-513. And that is also a plea to the charge. And Killebrew time served. And Mr. Terry, I'll bring your attention back to August 20th, 2024, at the offense location of South Pennsylvania, East Miller Road in the city of Lansing. Were you present on August 20th, 2024 on South Pennsylvania in the on East Miller Road in the city of Lansing, Ingham County?
Yes, sir.
I think that's a speedway there.
Yes, sir, it is, sir.
And at that time, did you trespass on property you were told not to be on or remain on property without authority?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else on the factual basis, Mr. Vasquez?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll place that one in. And then we'll do on 24-02-485. That is also a plea to the charge. Killebrew time served. And I will bring your attention back, Mr. Terry, to August 21st, 2024, at the offense location, once again, of South Pennsylvania Avenue and East Miller Road in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. That is South Pennsylvania. That was at the Meyer on 6200 South Pennsylvania. Were you present at that time on the city of Lansing on that date, sir?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you remain on property that you did not have authority to be on, or did you trespass on property you did not have authority to be on?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Vasquez?
No, Your Honor.
All right. With that understanding, that is the factual basis for Mr. Terry concerning those 5 files, and the other 5 files will be dismissed. How are we looking at an immediate sentencing, or did you want this referred, Mr. Vasquez?
Immediate sentencing.
Okay. Mr. Lee, allocution on immediate sentencing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Terry comes before the court today, taking responsibility for his actions. He knows that he has trespassed at Speedway and Meyer multiple times. I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm saying that he's homeless. He hasn't had any money. He's trying to survive. And I applaud him for stepping up today and saying, yes, I did those things. Yes, I'm taking responsibility for those things. I know he has been in and out of jail over time on these cases. I think he's been in almost a couple of weeks here since his last arrest, 11 days. But He also has some state cases that are pending for which he is accepting responsibility. So we just asked the court to consider that in sentencing.
Thank you. Is there collections? I'm just curious. Nothing matters. All right. So for sentencing on file 2402-513, we'll waive fines and costs and waive fines and costs and crime victims' rights fee and Killebrew time served is confirmed. So we'll Killebrew time served and administratively close the file on 2402-513. On 2402-681, we'll waive fines and costs and administratively close the file on 2402-681. On 2403-299, we'll waive fines and costs and administratively close the file on 2403-299. On 2403-224, we'll waive the fines and costs and Killebrew time served and administratively close the file on 2403-224. And on 2402-405, we will waive fines and costs and administratively close the file on 2402-485. Anything else for the record on any one of those 5 files? And then I'll take care of the dismissals on the other 5. Mr. Vasquez.
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
No.
All right. Mr. Terry, you should be all set on these 10 files. Thank you for your appearance today. And then, Mr. Terry, if you want to say anything, you probably should say something to your attorney. But that takes care of these 10 files that we talked about.
I think he has a curiosity question in regard to the state files.
All right.
He's under the impression that they will be converting to a PR bond this week. I don't know.
They may be. I think they are. So the state files, according to our computer, they'll be PR bonded on Thursday.
Thursday, but he still has other matters he needs to appear for with our court.
So he's got Thursday PR bond on other matters, but then he's still got to appear on stuff in front of us.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Absolutely.
For December 2nd.
So he's due in front of us December 2nd on another file, but he should be PR bonded by Thursday.
Excellent. Thank
All
you,
right.
Your Honor.
All right. So you should be all set, Mr.
Okay.
Terry.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Am I good to leave?
Yep. You're all set.
Okay, thanks. So.
Bush, she said paid.
No, you can give me that.
Paid. I just wrote.
Thank you.
So we're on the record in docket 24 L285816A. That is the city of Lansing versus Alana Callahan. This time set for a show cause. This was set for 11 o'clock. It is now 12 o'clock. It would appear that Ms. Callahan has failed to appear for the show cause. I do not see Alana Callahan in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. Nobody answered to that name. And I've got this is $150 fine. I also, though, she has other collections case. It's 24 L285816. She's got
many.
Okay, so let's refer to collections. So I'm going to refer this to collections to go with our other refer to collections. That's all for the record in 24 L285816. We're on the record in 24-01442. That is the city of Lansing versus Cleveland Ford. This was set for show cause at 11 o'clock. It is now 12:01. I do not see Cleveland Ford in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause. This is for a debt to the city of Lansing for $375, and a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued. And that's all for the record in 24-01442. We're on the record in 24-01224. And that is City of Lansing versus Antonio McLean. This was set for 11 o'clock. It is now 12:02. It would appear I do not see Antonio McLean in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. There's nobody in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing, and a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are set in that matter. That was for on a debt from a sentencing for $225. $275, I should say. And that's all for the record in 24-01224. We're on the record in 24-01229. That is the city of Lansing versus Dominga Nesson. This is the time set for a show cause. This was set for 11 o'clock. It is now 12:03. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for show cause. I do not see Ms. Nesson in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. And so a bench warrant, bond forfeiture are issued for the fail to appear for show cause. That's for the record in 24-01129.
She does have collections.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard her do that. She has a lot.
Okay. So let's go ahead and refer to collections. We'll refer the amount of the entire matter to collections. So that's on the record in 24-01129. They didn't bring Mr. Allen over, did
Not that.
but that's referred to collections.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, so we're on the record in docket 24-00533. That's the city of Lansing versus Dudley Allen. And Mr. Allen is in the Ingham County Jail at this point in time. He was not brought over. We do not have him on Polycom. there is a collections file on Mr. Allen. And so at this time, we're going to refer to collections. The $381.91.
Actually, it's 531.
On this file?
Yep.
531.91. Yep, 531.90. So is one, yeah. Civil infraction plus some others.
Restitution.
Yeah. 531.91 is referred to collections. And that's all for the record in 24-00533. And then we're on the record in dockets 24-286-2281 and 24-286-2283. That is a show cause hearing for Tashar Harris. And it would appear this was scheduled for 11:30. It is now 12:05. It would appear that there's between the two of this is over $500.
The first of it, one is at $48 right now.
All right,
The other one is $245.
245. So down from 270.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to
He just made a payment. 24.
let's do an extension.
I was gonna say, I don't know why it shows us.
We'll do an extension for 60 days. To what's 60 days out? January
21st.
January 21st, 2025. Right, so there will not be a bench warrant issued for the fail to appear since a payment's been made on both of those files. So that is on 24-862281 and 83. And we're on 24-01560. And that is the City of Lansing versus Lauren Morris. This is the time set for a show cause on the matter. This was scheduled for 11:30. It is now 12:07. It would appear that the defendants failed to appear for show cause. I do not see a Lauren Morris in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. This is for an outstanding, I have the outstanding debt at 150.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No questions matters.
All right, so bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued on the $150 debt. And that's all for the record in 24-01560.
getting to do one with, big contract with me. Yeah, that's what they were saying, so I can't, so what? No, I can't go everywhere. So, Basically, carry the sign forth, but he does it. You're meeting here. What meeting here? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you. You're done. We're gonna do like this. All from that. Do have what I need to do that. I don't have your guy yet. But, all right, here was.
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. I'll figure it out. I know that. Together. It's not. It's not. That. Then, yeah. Then. Yes, but. Oh, yeah. Okay. No. Oh. Yeah, because. What? Huh? It's what? Yeah, it said down right there. No, you don't have to go on video. Huh? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, this is room 4. Oh, he's already on. Why is this? Who made it supposed to be? You're supposed to meet with your lawyer.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01907. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Nicosi Buford. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mr. Gehring?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Nicosi Buford.
And sir, you are Nicosi Buford, is that correct?
No, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for sentencing on the matter. And Mr. Gehring, is there any restitution on this matter?
There is not, Your Honor.
All right. Do we have fingerprints on Mr. Nicosi?
I did not show on the computer.
I do have an order for fingerprints that'll have to be done.
And it does indicate, it does have it checked on his form that they were done, whether that.
But they're not in the
Okay.
computer, and I don't show where he was ever printed. I did check the CCH and his charge is not appearing. So my guess is if he was printed, something happened,
Okay.
but we're not showing that he had.
So
gotten-
check with LPD before you leave here, because we have an order for fingerprints, just to check to see if they're done. And right now, we don't have fingerprints done. Mr. Lee, have you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
No additions, deletions, or corrections. Your
Okay,
Honor.
allocution, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. We come here today on a charge of impairment. Mr. Buford accepted responsibility in this matter. He is a father of 2 children. There was an accident involved in this matter that kept him from returning to work right away. But as soon as he could, he went back to work. Unfortunately for him, it was a short time later that he was subsequently laid off. He is at this time looking for work and/or he hopes to be recalled. And so we understand that one of the recommendations of the PSI is that he obtain or maintain employment. We want the court to know that there is nothing that Mr. Buford wants more than that as well.
Okay.
The recommendations of the PSI are pretty straightforward. Mr. Nicosi and I both agree that it's all appropriate. We don't know that 9 months is necessarily needed to demonstrate compliance and/or show that the testing verifies that he is compliant. We would ask the court to consider a term of 6 months if possible.
All right, thank you. Any comment, Mr. Gehring, on the judgment of sentence?
To your discretion, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cosi, is there anything, Mr. Buford, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. This is for, so this is a judgment of sentence. I've had the opportunity to read the judgment of sentence. This is for the guilty plea that was on September 24th, 2024, concerning the operating while impaired. It is a sentence of this court that you spend 93 days in jail, credits given for 93 days previously served. I'll suspend the 93 days upon successful completion of probation. The fines and costs in this matter for the operating while impaired, we'll set fines and costs at $200 fine, $200 costs, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum court cost fee of $50. Probation is set at 6 months at $30, so that's $180. So that'd be 400 plus 75 plus 50 plus 180 plus $309.02 for the LPD recovery costs. And I'm going to do that again. 2 plus 180 plus 50 plus 75. So that's a grand total of $1,014.02. Probation is for 6 months via Zoom. Abide by terms of probation. I'll be $30 a month. No assaultive or threatening behavior. No use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription. Submit to random PBTs and/or urinalysis. No bars or nightclubs. Complete the following rehabilitative services. Pay fees and provide proof of completion to the court. So there would be outpatient substance abuse to be determined by the probation officer. Attend a victim impact panel within 120 days. So that's 4 months of the 6 months probation. with verification. Retain and maintain employment, which I know you're working towards that as your counsel indicated. Not purchase or possess firearms, ammunitions, or weapons of any kind. And this is a reportable sanction to the Secretary of State. Is there any questions concerning the judgment of sentence, Mr. Buford? Right now, I'm looking at this case as, and this isn't the first go around with the system, but I'm looking at this case as to see as to whether there's a problem with alcohol. Okay, that's really the whole point of the rehabilitative services, and to see if we can support that in any way. If there's not, then this is just a learning experience. All right. Anything towards the judgment of sentence, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Geary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Buford, most people come in front of me because they violate on alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance. They test dirty. So if this isn't an issue for you, then this 6 months should be a pretty clean 6 months. All right. All right. That's all for the record. You should go down to the 5th floor to see who your probation officer is. If you don't know already, that's the person who's going to contact me. It's Mr. Hanna. Okay. And so Mr. Hanna covers up here. I know Mr. Hanna. You have a good probation agent, so you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance. Yes.
I did something wrong.
All right. And you might want to check with LPD because I don't know about the fingerprints.
Yeah, I don't know them. I ran.
All right.
I'm running all the time. I just did something wrong.
Okay, do you want me to just run them down to?
Yeah, I really can't find the fingerprints on this guy, Brendan. I checked the CCH and it's not showing. Before you take off too far, could you hand me that piece of paper that's about the print?
I can take down the fingerprints real quick.
Thinking about printing?
Hear it. I can hear it.
Okay, let Judge sign that.
All right. This is the pretty one.
That's a pretty one. Clerks seem to have a hard time reading his writings.
Easier for us to do than the field.
Well, it makes sense.
Yep.
Thank you, President. Oh, yeah, no problem. I'll be right back.
And then are we ready on McKinney?
Yes, sir.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 2401699. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jerry McKinney. That's City of Lansing versus Jerry McKinney. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Garrett.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jerry McKinney.
And sir, you are Jerry McKinney, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for a sentencing in the matter. Mr. Gehring, is there any restitution other than the LPD recovery costs?
None here.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lee, have you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
No additions, deletions, or corrections.
All right, allocution, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McKinney presents as a very hardworking man. He's certified in concrete and a lot of outside equipment. Did that type of work for a number of years until his friend opened up a moving company a couple of years ago called Helper Moving. He has been there for the last 2 years. His primary motivation is his son. His son is 7 years old, and he wants to set a good example for his son up to and including successful completion of his probation, Your Honor. We concur with the recommendations of the PSI and ask Your Honor to adopt those recommendations.
All right, thank you. I've had the opportunity to read the pre-sentence report done by the probation department, and that was done by Ms. Bayless. So this is for the operating while impaired that was pled to on September 24th, It is ordered that this defendant at this time, how much time does he have in? Do we know? I'm just. All right, so I'm gonna spend 0 days in jail beginning on today's date. Credit is given for 0 days previously served. I'll suspend the remaining 90 days upon successful completion of probation. On count one, the fines and costs will be $200 fine, $200 costs. Crime victims' rights fee of $75. State minimum court cost fee of $50. Probation is for 6 months, will be for $180. And then the LPD recovery cost of $636.88. And I'll give you a grand total for that. It's 180 plus 50 plus 75 plus 400. So I have $1,341.88 can be paid over the course of probation. Probation is set for 6 months via Zoom. That's $30 a month. No assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription. Submit to random PBTs and or urinalysis. No bars or nightclub. Provide any complete following rehabilitative services and pay fees and provide proof of completion to the court. And I think Ms. Bayless will be your probation officer. So you should provide provide any fees or proof of completion for any substance abuse education that she orders, and then definitely the victim impact panel, and we'll do that within 40 days within verification. That's probably the biggest thing, just to tell people your story. All right. That, I mean, this realistically could happen to anybody who has more than 2 drinks and then decides to get in a car, all of us. All right. So I think everybody needs to hear that. Obtain and maintain employment as you are doing. Not purchase or possess firearms, ammunition, or weapons of any kind. And this is a reportable conviction to the Secretary of State. Mr. McKinney, you're not a kid, and I'm not going to treat you like a kid. You have somewhat of a CCH, so this isn't your first go round. But right now we're worried about use whatever resources we can provide you with, so to help you, whether you're going to have this kind of relationship with alcohol. All right. Because and if you don't have a destructive relationship with alcohol, then this is just a learning experience. All right. Anything else for the record in 2401699, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city.
All right. I'm going to sign the judgment of sentence. I think Ms. Bayless is, but you should check to see who the probation agent is. She signed the report. And then that'll be the person responsible for making sure you have contact. Do you have any questions of me, sir? You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. We'll make that one look pretty.
I'm gonna bring the file down there, but you'll probably.
I think he's going to go right back.
Don't forget your hat.
Oh.
Sir, could you hand me that off the printer, please, or hand it
Can you-
straight to Judge, actually?
Yeah, can you give me that JOS? That's the pretty one.
You want to, I'm sorry. I should have just-
Oh.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Gehring. Thanks for attending
Have a happy
today.
Thanksgiving.
You too.
Thank
See
you.
ya
In December.
in December.
Oh, that's right. We don't have a Tuesday document.
Right.
We don't have a Dr. Dahl next
Happy
week.
Thanksgiving, Joel.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mr.
We'll see you,
Lee.
Mr. Lee. Thank you so much.
Thanksgiving to you as well. Do we have a Monday document?
Nope.
No,
My goodness gracious.
yeah, we have I have next week all off. So,
Okay.
and then I think Thursday, Friday is the holiday.
Yes, sir. Oh, that's wonderful. Enjoy the week.
Yeah, my adult kids come in Sunday.
Okay.
So yeah, I have 2 girls who live in California, and they'll be 27. How time flies. They're both coming in to see. I think they're coming in to see their mom, but I get the company of I get the joy of their company.
I can relate, Your Honor. I had 2 children in their 20s as well. My daughter's 25. She's the oldest. And it's just such a joy.
It is, and I'll take it. Come see your mom, and I get all of the ancillary contact, right?
That's right.
Yep, I enjoy it.
You know what? Anytime that I can get with them, I'll take it.
Yep, me too. Me too.
That's fantastic. Congratulations. And Wendy, you as well. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, you too. I get to see my munchkins all the time, except for one. They're all grown. She lives in Alpena for 6 more months.
Alpena?
Her husband's a state trooper. And he's posted there with the K-9 unit.
Okay. You know, I was going to say, I actually looked at Alpena at one point in time. There was a job up there, and that's a beautiful area.
It's
It is.
beautiful, but he is bored to tears.
Yeah, it's a little slower. I am the former chief assistant in Ingham County, who was Mike Sheltonham, started out as a public defender in Alpena.
Did he really?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I know him from there, and I know a lot of people from the Alpena area. Yeah,
Small world.
it is. It's just a small world, but it is a lovely area.
Yeah.
It's much slower paced than this.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir. All right, you guys have a great day.
You too. Mr. Kazort, what case are you here
He doesn't
on?
know. I asked him.
She showed up and she actually brought stuff with her. So Marginia Carew.
Marketing Gridiron. That was the one that, all right.
Yeah.
And that is Mr. Quinn.
Yeah, I don't know him.
I don't know Mr. Quinn either.
That makes 3 of us.
Just odd.
I think he's from Detroit.
Like once every 6 months, I see a name that I've not seen before. We don't. Landlord tenant is pretty loose.
Yeah, that's. I think he's been here before, but I want to say he's right. I've only seen him on Zoom thus far. But let's pull that up and I'll see. That's who I have.
Busy docket this morning then?
Yeah, we had a pretty busy docket this morning. This afternoon, it's really all the civil stuff, but we had a lot of cases. We had a lot of people with we had a lot of people with multiple files. So we had one individual with 10 files. 10 files, yes.
That's not what you want.
Well, you just end up saying a lot of numbers because you're calling, so we were able to move those files.
That's good.
You have a few minutes if you want to run those down before we start LT now. I mean, LT. Take it down?
Yeah, I took it down, by I took the one outside of the court file.
That's fine. It doesn't
All
matter.
right, so you're waiting on
As long
Mr.
as one goes down,
Quinn.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Just as long as
he
one goes.
was on Zoom. by any chance.
Not yet. I don't have anybody coming on Zoom right now.
I have a suspicion this may be a hearing.
Well, then you shouldn't.
Oh, no, I'm trying to throw that away, Judge. I'm
Oh.
sorry. I was in the middle of reading something and I got distracted.
Well, then he should be here in person because we probably won't have a Zoom hearing.
Yeah. Just based on what I got from the complaint and from my client.
But I'll let you talk to him. So, but that's who I have right now on.
All right.
Okay.
See if
Well,
I can find him.
all right. Ms. Taylor, you're here for Capitol Village, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and that, the attorney on that is Adam Devlin?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and they submitted they submitted an order, and we're gonna go ahead and put that order on the record, all right? Once they get here.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So you're in the right place, stand by.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Quinn, you're here for Gridiron, is that correct?
Yeah, I just want to let the court know I'm parking now, probably about 10 minutes away, so I can be there in
Oh, so
person.
you're on your way driving? Miss Carew is represented by Legal Services. Mr. Kazort's here, and so I'll let you two talk when you get here, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So you should be all set. He said he. All right, and Mr. Carey, Carey here, you're here on Mr. Dunn's case, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and call that, because I don't see Mr. Dunn here, and he was not here at the first hearing.
Yeah, we have like a 2 time before that, Your Honor.
So I had, on October 9th, I did not have service. On November 6th, I must have, because we
Yes.
set it for second hearing on November 6th, on November 6th.
We use this as a default date, because I think this is all we had. Wait, I have no service file. Oh, I'm sorry, I do, sorry. It's posted on.
Okay.
Sorry, it was.
That's why we said it.
Okay,
yeah.
it was hiding.
So
sorry.
your information was, all right, so we're on the record in docket 2405521. That is Habib Harry versus Nathan Dunn. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? And sir, you are Habib Harry, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, Habib Harry.
All right, this is the time set for, it was set at 2:30. It's now 2, I would say 2:50, 2:49. And it would appear once again that Mr. Dunn has failed to appear, and I'll indicate that this was set for 2:30. And it is now 2:49. And D has failed to appear for the hearing, for the second hearing. Default, and we did have service last time posted by, I think that was posted only, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
posted
by the
only,
way.
so we set it for the second hearing, and it would appear that Mr. Dunn is not here. So Mr. Harry, are you requesting a default on this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I will orally grant
Is
the
the rent?
default,
Mhm.
and then I'll let you place the terms on the record. Orally grant the default, and you can place any terms you want on the record, Mr. Harry.
The rent always, Your Honor, is 4,900, and the filing and serving fee is 171. The total is 5196.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, Mr. Harry, Mr. Dunn is not a minor, incapacitated, or in the military service, and the premises was kept for its intended purpose. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, but he
All
is
right.
not.
So I will orally grant it, but it won't mean anything until I sign an order, and you will submit an order with all your numbers concerning the default. This is a default judgment to the 54A Civil Department for my signature. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I will sign the order to follow. You'll get 10 days from the date of the order in order to look for an eviction. But they can explain you that in the civil department, but you should submit or get to them a default judgment for my signature. All right, sir?
Yep.
Anything else for the record in 2405521, Mr. Harry?
No, do I have to provide the default judgment, the number, or is that okay? I already gave you, Your Honor.
Say it again, sir. I didn't hear you.
The number I gave, like a 5196, Did
Yeah.
you can assign it that, or I have to email that?
You will place that on the default judgment as part of your numbers. You'll break it down to rent and your costs and et cetera.
By email, I need to send it that.
No, I don't, I think you have to file in person, that you have to file that default judgment in person for my signature. So you should get a form from the civil department of 54A. That's online, but how you file it with them will probably have to be in person.
Oh, okay. Well.
All right. All right. And if you have any questions, 54A the civil department should be able to answer them as how they accept your order. All right, sir?
Okay, you're on.
All right. That's all for the record in 2405521. Mr. Harry, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then Mr. Devlin, you're here on Capitol Village, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Today would have been a second hearing. Ms. Taylor should be on here as well.
All right,
We had
I have
already
a
submitted.
consent
Yes.
judgment on the matter. I just have to change the writ date. Is that still the same, or are you going to submit a new consent judgment on that?
Your Honor, I saw the writ date in the 29th. Would it not be the 10-day period? Or
It would be if I
signed.
signed it. It wouldn't be because I haven't signed it yet. If I signed it today, it would be December 2nd.
Okay, is the court able to change that? I would feel remiss about
Yes.
changing a document that Ms. Taylor signed.
Yep, I'm absolutely able, as long as Ms. Taylor, you understand that you have till December 2nd to pay or vacate, and I'll place those terms on the record. That changes because it's today's date. You'll have till December 2nd, which is a changing from what you signed, which is November 29th. You understand that, ma'am?
Yeah.
And do you authorize the court to make that change?
Yeah.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, perfect. All right, so I'll go ahead and make the change on the, so we're on the record. I'll go ahead and call this. And so let me bring the case up, and my computer's a little slow right now. So I'll indicate that hearing is complete, and we'll bring up 6114. This is the Capitol Village case. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-6114. This is to place a consent judgment on the record. Parties' appearances for the record, Mr. Devlin.
Your Honor, Adam Devlin, P72877 for plaintiff.
And ma'am, you are Leisha Taylor, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a formal hearing. A consent judgment was previously submitted to the court, and I will indicate that all parties are here. And I am in possession of the consent judgments. There we go. So all parties appeared. Consent judgment. I'm going to take a picture of that error. Consent judgment submitted. And this is, I'll indicate that, Mr. Devlin, for the record. This is a consent judgment. Consent judgment. Box 1 is checked. The plaintiff has a right to recover possession of property. Box 2 is checked. For there's now due to the plaintiff for non-payment of rent and other money due under the lease, $3,276. Court costs of $174.54 for a grand total of $3,897.54. 4A is checked, and that would be the pay or move out date would be December 2nd, 2024. Box 5, 6, and 7 are checked. Partial payment will not be acceptable. And then the appeal date will also read December 2nd, 2024. And it's my understanding, Mr. Devlin and Ms. Taylor, you have both signed this consent judgment. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes.
And all right. Ms. Taylor, you understand you have 3 days from today's date to indicate that something we did here was vague or ambiguous, although you signed the agreement. And it's really a pay or vacate by December 2nd, but you've been explained the court rule. Is that correct, ma'am?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. I'm going to sign this accordingly with today's date, which is November 18th, I believe, 19th, November 19th. I'll sign it for today's date. And then we will sign and scan it, and we will send it to the Bingham Farms, Michigan address and the Lansing address for notification purposes. You'll each get a copy of the order sent to you. Any questions or anything else of me, Mr. Devlin? Ms. Taylor, are you all set? Do you have any questions of me?
Sorry, no, Your Honor.
Do I need to go back to court again?
No, you don't. You'll get notice of the consent judgment that you signed, sent to you at the Edgewood Boulevard address.
Okay.
All right. All right. So your copies will sign. We'll make sure it's signed and scanned into the computer system. That's all for the record in 2406114. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Quinn, have you talked to Mr. Kazort?
No, I haven't.
He was just here on another case.
He just had to go pay the meter. He said he'd be right back up.
All right. He's a little short. He's like 5'8", individual. He's about 5'8". Everybody's taller than me. 06943. That's Private Cliff Apartments versus Marshadiki Wheeler. And this was set for 3 o'clock hearing today. It is now 3:22. And nobody has appeared for this case. And I will go through the history of it. So I'm going to indicate that no one appeared. It was set for 3. And it is 3:22 now. So I'll add that note. We met on October 7th and they had to perfect the filing. All parties appeared except for D1 Davis, who had moved out on October 23rd. We put the remaining parties in a breakout room. On October 23rd, one of the D2 never came back from the breakout room. We issued a default judgment, terms on the record. D1 was not here. D2 never made it back from the breakout room. We awaited the order to follow. No order ever followed. So we had neither party appeared on November 7th, which we set for formal hearing. Nobody appeared on that date. So we just, out of pure caution, set it for today on November 19th. And once again, nobody's appeared. So we will do the dismissal. So the
You give me a.
order of dismissal done. The order of dismissal is done by the court. Court for all the parties failing to appear. Neither party appeared. And the dismissal will be signed and scanned. And that's all for the record in docket 2406943. Sign this. And that one is done. And Mr. Kazort and Mr. Quinn left.
Yeah. They're being pokey people.
What's that?
They're being pokey. Can you mute us?
I think they're being